time. So when we switch, we're going to switch to upstairs again, and you will just stay in this meeting. It will connect much quicker next time.
Okay, thank you.
So moved.
I'm not sure if you realize, but I can't hear anybody
Oh, sorry.
other than Trina.
Sorry.
Does the motion to approve the budget have to be seconded?
Agenda.
The agenda.
Yes.
We have
I
a
believe-
seconder. Seconded by Councillor Almeida. Councillor Southcott.
Move to amend the agenda there. I'd like to reconsider motion 2558 that comes from the February 27th. It was item 7.3 on that agenda, 2025 5-year financial plan, and I'll read the motion. Moved and seconded that total Powell River Community Forest, PRCF, grants to nonprofit organizations be limited to 10% of a 3-year rolling average of the PRCF's yearly dividends. It was carried, and opposed were Councillors Doubt, Elliott, and Palm. And if there's a seconder, I will speak to that.
I'll second that.
I supported a lot. I supported this, and that's why I'm able to move to reconsider it. I have a lot of reasons to support it, and not the least of which is the looming tax hit of the mill lands. There are various others as well. My deeper issue is, I'll just mention the other ones briefly.
Just a point of information.
Yes.
At this point, are you requesting to add that reconsideration motion to the agenda, or
Yes.
so I don't think we need to debate the motion at the time. It's
Okay.
whether or not we add it to that reconsideration motion to the agenda. But I would, so that we don't have to debate it now, we debate it when that motion comes to
Debate it.
play.
Is that true? Okay.
Any further discussion?
So we haven't amended the agenda yet, but I have a question. Because I know that Councillor Elliott had a motion that she had been told to put forward as a notice of motion at our Tuesday committee of the whole meeting. That item was removed from that agenda and placed on the Thursday agenda on Tuesday. And it is not on this agenda. I noticed that. And also the motion that I made to refer my motion of Tuesday night to this meeting is also not on the agenda. My question is, are both of those motions open so that we can discuss them later in the meeting, or are they going to be disallowed for some reason?
Your worship, as was said on Tuesday, you don't need to add anything to the agenda. Those motions can be raised and debated tonight, and that's our understanding. You don't need to go through any of this. Councillor Doubt's motion will be raised today. Councillor Elliott can raise her motion today. That's consistent with the advice we gave on Tuesday. You can raise any motion you want. Don't get too caught up in the procedure stuff. Debate what you need to debate, make the decision. That's what we're all here for. If I can be so bold as to make that as a recommendation, Your Worship.
I can just have a follow-up. Thank you. I appreciate that answer. One of the reasons I brought the motion on Tuesday was that it's not a simple motion. And I was hoping that it would be on the agenda. But I also have an interest in what's going on. Could see the motion in writing and wouldn't have to jot down the notes as they watch online or sit in the gallery.
Your Worship, as part of the presentation by staff, the motion is referenced when the CFO will make her comments when that item on the agenda comes up at later on in the meeting.
Councillor Southcott.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. So if I understand this correctly, then a reconsideration motion is not necessary. My reason for putting that forward is because I believe that both Councillor Elliott and Councillor Doubt's proposed motions, which we've seen, are inconsistent with that particular motion.
Your Worship, Council's decisions Tuesday, sort of, as far as I'm concerned, you discussed that, you decided to proceed. So I'll just reiterate what I said earlier. Please just do your business. Don't get caught up with unnecessary procedural stuff. I think the evening will go a lot easier. I don't mean that as a criticism to anybody. I think that's what we're all here for. And like the mayor has his Zunga bus resolution that he'll raise. Councillor Doubt, for lack of a better way to call it, has his resolution that he'll raise. You'll have a chance to discuss and debate them, and the decisions will be what the decisions are. Staff, as was said on Tuesday, are aware of Councillor Doubt's resolution, are aware of Councillor Elliott's resolution, and in their presentation, we'll have some information on what those resolutions mean in terms of numbers.
Be quite happy to withdraw then.
Okay, thank you. So we're back to the original motion, which was to approve the agenda.
Your Worship.
Councillor Elliott had her hand up, although you can't see her on the screen.
We can't see.
Screens aren't on in the front.
She's right there.
So just for, am I recognized now? Or? Just
Yeah,
for
go ahead.
clarity, it's 11.4 on our agenda where all of these motions can be considered. Is that correct?
Correct, Your Worship.
Thank you.
Councillor,
Thank you. Through the chair to corporate office staff, you mentioned they can all be brought up then and to not get too worried about procedure. You also mentioned on Tuesday concern of two motions being in conflict with one another. And so by your advice, are you saying that we don't need a motion to add a reconsideration motion to the agenda, but that it's appropriate, it can be brought up within that agenda item, or are you saying a reconsideration is not necessary at all?
I think just for where we're at today, I would just recommend the mayor will run the meeting, make motions of how you want to change the budget and proceed from there. That was, I think, where we're at right now is the simplest thing for everybody. So in some, like if you want to get super technical, in some ways you're suspending parts of your procedure bylaw in the interests of advancing the business that's before you. And I would recommend not getting focusing on the financial plan today rather than the intricacies of procedure.
Okay,
Way off the rails, I'll let you know. How's that?
okay.
No, I just want
So doubt.
to clarify why I'm bringing it up is I don't want to later be in an argument about procedure. I think now is a good time to sort out what we're going to be doing.
Yeah, I think it is a good time to sort it out. Council have no argument from me as long as what you're proposing, anyone proposes, isn't unlawful. You've got some rules you have to follow with budget related matters. As long as it's not unlawful, have at her.
We still have, yes. Councillor Palm.
Yes, Your Worship, thank you, through the chair. Just one question. Councillor Elliott is away in Hawaii. I'm not sure what time it is there, but this 11.4 item is at the end of tonight's agenda. I'm just wondering, for the sake of Councillor Elliott and all the people that are planning to attend tonight, we might do as we did last Tuesday and bring it up to the front of the meeting, get that business out of the way. I will be making that ask at the start of our open meeting tonight, just to let you know.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you so much for bringing it up, Councillor Palm. I am committed here until I believe we have a time where we have to make a motion in order to extend beyond 9 or 9:30, I think it is. And I was prepared to stay here until that time on this meeting. I've already done my swim in the ocean and hiked up a mountain today, so I'm good for the duration of the meeting.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just move what Councillor Palm brought up. I think it's a good plan. And since we're at the adoption phase of our agenda, that's a good place to do it, is to move item 11.4 ahead of 11.1 so that we deal with it first under legislative matters.
I'll second that.
Have we agreed to withdraw the motion?
Never got second.
Seconded.
Good
I
second.
think we kind of
By default, decided.
thought we thumbs up it, but
Okay. So any further discussion on the motion to amend the agenda? Yes.
I'll put up my hand. Ms. Walls has circulated a letter that wants to, and she's requesting that a motion be on the agenda to defer consideration of development variance permit 288 to the March 27th council meeting. And I just that should show up where the financial plan used to be.
Just a second. I think we have a motion on the floor to deal with first.
the budget amendment or the budget conversation up to the start of legislative
11.
matters, 11.1.
Any further discussion on that? All in favor?
Aye.
Councillor Doubt.
Okay. Move that we amend the agenda to put the development variance permit 288, a motion to move that to the March 27th council meeting on the agenda where the 2025 financial plan used to be, which was 11.4.
Self-cut.
11.5, I guess, by that time, we changed all of them.
Question to staff. I think the request was to make I'm not sure that was the staff's request, so I just want to check to make sure that
Your Worship, all the recommendation for the deferral is if you could make that motion at the beginning of the meeting. So if anybody who happens to be here for that item can go home because it won't be considered today. So if there's a consensus, I don't think you need to be as formal as amending your agenda to do that. Just, but it's up to you. But the preference would be you do that when we reconvene here and there's people in the gallery. So if anybody here is listening, they can go home and not sit around waiting for something that's not going to happen.
If I understand, after the territorial acknowledgement, there could be at that point,
Yep, that would be a good spot, Your Worship.
happy with that?
I think we're at the main motion of adopting the agenda as amended.
Seconded. Last, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. So we now have a adopted agenda, and we have a motion. Go into close.
Read that for you. I move that committee move into a closed meeting to discuss matters covered by the community charter under sections 91A, personal information about an identifiable individual who holds or is being considered for a position as an officer, employee, or agent of the municipality, or another position appointed by the municipality. C, labor relations or other employee relations.
Councillor Pong, favor? Unanimously. second by Councillor Almeida. Any further discussions? Councillor Isaacson.
Just an explanation. There was public notice that this development variance permit would be considered tonight. So if anybody in the audience, because public notification has been gone out to neighbors that came to speak to that today, we're deferring it because it was not placed on the agenda. So this is just a housekeeping item, but wanted to let any members of the public know who came to be concerned about development variance permit 288. It will come up on the March 27th council meeting if this passes.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further discussion? All in favor? Passed unanimously. Thank you. So, public input period. As our corporate officer has indicated, this is an opportunity for members to have an opportunity to provide comment for a maximum of 2 minutes on legislative matters, committee recommendations, or new business. Seeing none, we'll move to,
Okay, so I'm back again because why not?
welcome back. If you
Okay.
introduce yourself, please.
Oh, Catherine Yorlifson. I guess, I'm always on about ways that we could reduce the overall budget, particularly for 2025, which would, of course, make it much easier to not take any funds away from the community forest. So I would in particular like to talk about the fact of the Zunga bus project. And I'd like to say the following. BC Transit has determined that Powell River is not an appropriate city for such an on-demand bus service. Our population is too low. They moved it, I understand, to Kamloops. But at no point has the council returned to the community to determine if the Zunga is an important expenditure for the city. If we were going to be involved in transit, which I wish we weren't, perhaps that's not the best way to spend our money. Should we increase the Handy Dart service? Could we give financial support to the Sunshine Coast Connector or increase the service of the existing bus transit? But I see that we should not be in the transit business. And if we took that money out of this budget, we would have more money to spend with our nonprofits. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the audience? Great. Now we will move to item 8. Proclamation of the World Down Syndrome Day. Whereas the city of Powell River and wider Cathet region is home to a number of citizens with Down syndrome who, with their special and unique characters and personalities, add to the success of diverse communities such as Powell River. And whereas there is great value in the diversity of a community's demographic, when there is continuous support for the neurodiverse, mentally and physically handicapped and disabled and aging citizens. And whereas the city of Powell River recognizes the lasting legacy received from our Down syndrome citizens through our relationship which reach into our community and beyond. Therefore, I, Ron Wasno, Mayor, proclaim March 21st, 2025 as World Down Syndrome Day in the city of Powell River. I move to 8.2, which is a delegation. Mr. Hempel.
Thank you, Council. I'm Craig Hemphill. I'm Director with Powell River Community Forest. For anybody that doesn't know me or needs to put a face to a name, I actually been away for a few weeks, and other board members have done heavy lifting, going through the process of engaging council about our concerns and also potential options. So I still feel I'm catching up. My usual backup, Chris Lang, our manager, he's away with his son, and they just won provincials at the U15 hockey tournament in Cranbrook there. So that's pretty good, pretty cool. On the financial end, we are in the process of our 2024 year-end audit. The approved financials and the 2024 dividend declaration won't take place until our AGM, which usually usually end of April into March there. It is a little more complex this year because we, as council knows, we have an income tax issue that we're dealing with there. So it is premature to lock down even an estimate on our dividend. For those that haven't seen it, I brought along copies of our annual report to the public for 2024. I have extra copies, and anybody that wants one can pick one up. Basically, I'll just get Mark to distribute. For those that haven't seen it, the basic outline we use in that report hasn't changed much year over year. When you go through it, you can probably pick out how Powell River Community Forest responsibilities and broader community perspective under the Community Forest Agreement may differ from staff's own budget aspirations there. That is okay. We can have those disagreements there. As you know, the Powell River Community Forest Board wrote to council back on January 19th about our concerns with the city's motion back in December, which would restrict the amount of money available to nonprofit organizations. At that time, 10% of annual dividends to a maximum of $250,000. I understand that may have been amended to add a rolling average. Our letter is part of the public record, so I'm not going to go over each of the issues that we brought forward there. And truthfully, I think hearing from all the different community groups over the last while, letters, emails, presentations, I think that has more impact than what we say there. We do want to thank all those, along with council, thank everyone who has taken the time to provide their thoughtful input. I have read through the ones copied to Powell River Community Forest. We do have some sifting to do to make sure that council has access to all those, and every day there seems like more coming in there. So we were able to attend Committee of the Whole, and there was 3 excellent presentations there. And I know for our board meeting, our board members, it left us thinking, geez, it'd be nice to, and I'm sure some council members, it'd be nice to hear direct from some of those groups more. So this input that you're receiving now should not be put in a negative light. To give some context, this is a broad collection of community groups providing their thoughts about retaining what's been working well for this community for going on 16 years. They're not a dissident group. They're actually telling you you've been doing good over that period of time. Council members, especially the ones that have been here a few terms, should feel pretty good about what they've done to contribute to the community through approval of grants over time there. At Committee of the Whole, Community Forest had a sense of optimism, first of all, from the discussion that took place and the notion that maybe there is another alternative motion that could come forward that would see us return to this process that has worked so well for us there. That would certainly send a good message that the community engagement that is undertaken is meaningful in the process there. One of the discussions at that point at the Committee of the Whole was what would the budget impact be for rescinding the original motion. I'm tempted to say there will be none. But what I'll do is just talk a little bit about money in the fund. The Community Forest Reserve Fund, as you know, is a standalone fund. It has a defined purpose, and that's providing grants for community projects. There currently is a surplus of uncommitted monies in the fund from the record size 2023 Community Forest dividend. That is available for this year, and the amount can cover both spring and fall grants, spring and fall 2025 grants. There's enough there. No restrictions are necessary. There's a lot of attention paid to the backlog of incomplete grant projects, not just the city, but other community ones. But we are encouraged, especially based on the city's 2025 capital plan, that we probably will see substantial progress on that list this year. In theory, restricting monies for NPO grants could make more money available for city grant projects. That is not needed. The early years of this capital plan, the city's capital plan, can be covered with existing money. And of course, that plan gets updated every year. And there is new money coming into the fund every year from dividends, starting with the upcoming 2024 dividend there. So, as far as the process, there is, to our knowledge, no process underway to amend the Community Forest Reserve Fund, change the current grant policy, which includes our evaluation criteria, or the existing grant application and approval process. So it does seem cart before the horse when it comes to the city making budget assumptions, which infer monies in the fund can be moved around to cover other areas of the budget. One of the questions we get was the 60-40 split, 60% city grants and 40% nonprofit organizations. That is an allocation, or that is an estimate over a 16-year period. We never did have targets every year. We approached this as an application-based process, and we relied on our evaluation criteria and good collaboration with council to make the right decisions about which projects are picked. That's worked well. It actually provides us way more flexibility than having hard targets there. So that part is, we do differ from what was being proposed there. We don't have a problem if it's viewed that the process should be split with 60% going to the city and 40% going for nonprofits. I'm sure our board would welcome the opportunity to manage those nonprofit grants. But like I say, I don't think that's the best outcome. I actually, for myself personally, think we can have better outcomes working together and having a flexible approach to how much money we use year over year. We don't set out to use every dollar that's in the reserve fund every year. We set out to make sure we're funding the best projects there. We do, in that process, appreciate council wearing a slightly different hat in terms of approval of grants, really that apply to the whole community, not just the city. And that process has worked well as well. We support any effort to improve communications and collaboration there. And like I say, we're okay with having a committee do that. We kind of feel like we need to help you break the shackles so we can have good conversations. And maybe the best place to start is our upcoming board meeting in Forest. We are active out there, so we'll invite basically any councillors that want to come. And we certainly a chance to view our active operations and also talk about some of the things, opportunities and challenges we face right now. Things we had hoped to discuss with our last in-camera meeting, but that was not added to the agenda there. We also, as you know, have an April 1st deadline on grant applications for spring 2025 grants. So very quickly, we're going to have a list that we list of existing and new applications that we share by Dropbox to council. That part of that process is always also going through the status of previous grant projects and having a fix on how much uncommitted money is available out of the fund. We should do that together. It would be a good process for everybody. And then when it comes times to do the approval, everybody's on the same page. Part of that, though, is based on the conversations I've had with groups just lately. There is some confusion right now, not surprisingly, with all the discussion that's going on, whether the city will accept grant applications. So depending on how this council meeting goes, we would appreciate if there's some communication on what direction they're going. And for our part, we'll maybe even consider a short deadline for those folks that have been holding their application pending a solution here. So we'll leave it there. I don't want to dig too much into this. I know all you folks have talked about this for seems like ever. So I'll leave it to your good judgment. And basically, thanks for listening to all the input that has been provided to you. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Councilor Selke.
I just have a question, Mr. Hemphill. When is that meeting in the Forest? Probably get a fair turnout if everybody knew when the date was.
We haven't set, when I say we usually wait for Chris to see if he's got all the operational plan updates done and that. So he'll be back this week and we'll send out an invitation to everybody there. So is there a day of the week that works better for councillors?
Fridays.
Fridays? Okay. We can probably accommodate that. we'll check the weather, make sure it's not too ugly out there.
Councillor Elliott has her hand up. Mr.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Hempel. So as you can see, I'm not in community right now. I'm away until March 31st, and really appreciate you coming forward as a delegate and helping everybody understand things from your perspective. Very interested in starting our conversations with a working group, and also interested in coming to whatever it is you'd like to invite us to. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And thanks for phoning in from wherever you are.
Thank you very much. We will now move to item 9, which is the consent agenda. Councillor Isaacs.
I move adoption of the consent agenda.
Seconded by Councillor Almeida. Any discussion? All in favor? Passed unanimously. We'll now move to item 11, legislative matters. And we had a amended motion so that we're going to be dealing with. Okay, we did amend the agenda out of consideration for the individuals that might be more interested in item 11.4, which is our draft bylaw 27 on the 5-year financial plan. So I'm going to turn that over to our Chief Financial Officer.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am presenting the 2025 5-year financial plan bylaw 2751 for 3 readings tonight. First, I'll start with a recap on where the city is at in the budget process. In May, Council set the 2025 budget schedule. In December, Draft 1 was presented and discussed in 2 meetings. In January, the property assessment analysis was presented and an in-person budget open house was hosted. Concurrently, online engagement surveys were open to the public. And then in February, the budget engagement results were presented. Also in February, Draft 2 was presented with options to reduce property tax. At this meeting, Council directed the changes summarized in Appendix B of the report. This decreased the property tax increase by 2.2%. Subsequently, the QRD approved the contribution to the Recreation Centre at $80,000 below the maximum amount permitted in the bylaw. This resulted in a further tax increase of 0.3%. So all in all, that has landed the total property tax increase at 9.5%. This increase mainly results from inflation and insufficient capital savings. Much of the city's capital is due for replacement, as shown by the timeline on the screen. Many decades of zero to minimal property tax increases resulted in insufficient savings for the current city capital costs. As a result, savings must be accelerated to meet the replacement and major upgrade requirements. Now switching over to the operating budget, 56% of the city's operating budget is labor costs. Much of the labor,
Wrong slide.
through the chair, nope, that's, yeah, it's a quick one. 56% of the city's operating budget is labor costs.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, point of privilege. I actually can't see what it is you're presenting here online where I'm at. I just have the committee room. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Kristen. Much of the labor costs are tied to 3 separate collective agreements which are under negotiation. The other key operating cost is the discretionary spending to support nonprofit organizations. This is budgeted at $2.6 million and represents 9.6% of the 2025 property tax levy. Comparable municipalities target below 2% of property tax for nonprofit financial support. At 9.6% of the total property tax levy, an average single-family dwelling will pay $276 in financial support to nonprofits. Part of the nonprofit grants is funded by the Community Forest dividend that the city receives annually. The Powell River Community Forest is a corporation that is fully owned and controlled by the city. The financial plan bylaw includes a $425,000 community forest grants to nonprofit, which was calculated as 10% of the rolling 3-year average dividend. This 3-year average dividend was $4.25 million. So 10% of this is $425,000 to nonprofits. Now, this also works out to 71% of the 2025 dividend, which is $600,000. And so generally, the dividend is, the grants to nonprofits are calculated as a percent of the current year dividend. But throughout the budget process, there was discussion around using a 3-year rolling average. And the benefit of that is that early in the budget process, you know what numbers you're working with. So 2 different processes, both would work really well. But that's the distinction there. So how does 71% of the 2025 dividend compare to prior years? In the past 6 years, the dividend percent granted to nonprofits has averaged 34% and has ranged from 28% to 46%. The proposed 71% contribution is therefore 37% higher than the prior 6-year average. The percent of the dividend retained by the city offsets the property taxes that would fund the city-owned community amenity capital projects, such as the Recreation Centre. The Recreation Centre has no other source of capital funding other than city property taxes and one-off project grants when the city is able to secure them. The chart on the screen shows the property tax implications of the various dividend allocations between city community amenity projects and nonprofit community amenity projects. Essentially, as the dividend is directed away from the city's community amenity capital costs, the property taxes increase to fill the funding gap. The alternative option to increasing property taxes is to decrease city-owned community amenity services, such as the Recreation Centre. There are no uncommitted community forest funds. The asset management plan has a large deficit for city-owned community amenity assets, and the Powell River Community Funds are earmarked for these projects. So if some of the funds that are earmarked in the asset management plan are donated externally, then again, property taxes would increase to fill in that gap. We realize that the capital plan doesn't always mirror the asset management plan, because as projects are identified in the asset management plan, they must go through a vetting process to ensure we have proper estimates before they're included in the capital plan. So that is why there's sort of a distinction there between the asset management plan, what staff are working to ensure is done to meet regulations and keep the buildings in proper capital state, and the capital plan. So to conclude, the 9.5% property tax increase represents a $287 increase in property taxes for an average single-family dwelling. The estimated municipal taxes and user fees for an average single-family dwelling were $4,054, as shown in Figure 2 of the report. The property tax increase for an average business is $1,000.45. That totals $9,844 in property taxes. Please note that the property tax notice will also include property taxes for other taxing authorities, which is approximately 1/3 of the bill. There will be more information to come on this during the property tax rate discussions. For next steps, the Community Charter, Section 164 to 166, require the Financial Plan bylaw to be adopted before the Property Tax Rates bylaw, and that both bylaws are adopted before May 15th annually. The recommendation is that the City of Powell River 2025 to 2029 Financial Plan Bylaw number 2751, attached as Appendix E to the report, receive 3 readings today and be referred to the March 27th Special Council meeting for adoption. This would provide staff with 1 day to prepare the property tax rate discussion report, which is based on the property tax levy established in the Financial Plan Bylaw. The property tax rates would be discussed at the Committee of the Whole meeting on April 1st, with bylaw readings targeted for April 17th Council meeting and adoption targeted for the May 8th Council meeting. This timeline meets the legislative requirements and provides staff with just enough time to prepare and mail out the property tax notices and inserts. With that, I thank you for your time and am available for questions. Given that I may need my laptop to answer questions, I will take my seat so I can best assist Council in the discussions. Thank you.
Councillor Dowd.
I don't have a question, Mr. Mayor, but I do have a motion. So I would like to move that whereas the Powell River Community Forest has been a positive contributor to the economic, social, and environmental well-being of the city of Powell River for many years, and whereas the community forest has made a significant contribution to nonprofit societies in the city, which have had widespread positive impact on the community, and whereas the relationship between the city and the community forest has been a benefit to the greater community, therefore be it resolved that the 2025 community forest dividend and the contributions to the city projects and to nonprofits be determined according to the same process as was used in 2023 and 2022 with the participation of the Community Forest Working Group recently appointed by Council, and that the process for determining the dividends and contributions of the community forest for the years 2026 and following be determined in collaboration between the Community Forest Board and the Community Forest Working Group and the city. And if there's a second, I'll speak to that.
Seconded by Councillor Isaacson.
I brought this forward Tuesday and discussed it, and for all of the reasons above, and particularly the input we heard from the various community groups who depend on community forest grants for their operations and to do the things they do and to build on other grants that are available that they can get because they get community forest grants. So I think this is a reasonable way to do it. It communicates respect for the Community Forest Board. It includes them rather than demanding that the Community Forest Board follow the instructions of Council. And I think it's a necessary thing to do. So I'm not going to spend all night talking about it. I'll leave it to other members of Council to have their input. But I support this motion and I would like to see it pass.
Councillor Pong.
Yes, thank you, Worship, through the chair. Councillor Dowd, I just want to clarify because on paper, did you read the last line on page I have that the City of Powell River 2025-2020 Financial Plan Bylaw 2751 be amended accordingly? Because I didn't hear you say that.
I didn't read that. I had a different interim copy and I intended that to be part of the motion.
For the record, that last line on the page that we received Tuesday is incorporated in the motion on the floor.
Councillor Southcott.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this topic this evening is clearly one that of great interest to a large part of our community, and it's a pretty good representation of that large part of our community here tonight and was here on Tuesday, and also has sent us. In my folder, there are well over 50 emails, and I haven't read them all yet. I mean, I haven't read. There are more in my email inbox. This is a part of a big picture, which our CFO just presented us a very brief, broad overview It's a complicated picture, and it contains concerns for, well, back of it is, in my view, is concerns for the looming tax hit that we're going to take from imminent loss of mill tax, either imminent or looming, and that's yet to be discovered how quickly that's going to happen. But it could be this year, from my understanding. Also, I'm very aware of increasing municipal costs, probably more like the construction industry rate of inflation than CPI. And also the infrastructure needs that were covered in the CFO's report. These are really big, but I'm also aware that there is a fair bit of reserve money in the Community Forest Reserve that is waiting for planning and engineering understanding of exactly how to manage that in terms of particularly the complex, that reserve money that's been sitting there. I'm also very aware that, though probably not represented in this crowd, there is a growing number of people who have problems and increasing challenges across the board with affordability, and city taxes are a part of that. So with all these things in mind, I personally find myself to be profoundly concerned. But the thing that really concerns me the most is that there isn't I feel there isn't really a comprehensive, like, big picture understanding of all of this and how it all connects together. And I think that, particularly with respect to the community forest, that had there been communication over the past year, or number of months anyway, that we wouldn't be in a position of really not seeing how this all fits together. So I'm in no way justifying anything, but the reason why I mention these things is because I do support Councillor Dout's motion, because we have had a failure to communicate. I look forward to, and that, to me, I want to just make this as the most important part of this situation, and probably why I'm sitting at this table, is that I want to see us work together. And that means our entire community work together. Particularly with respect to this question, our Community Forest Board and Council work together. So I will support this motion because of that reason specifically. I think if we don't work together, if we don't communicate, we are going to have exactly what we have right now, and that is all sorts of misunderstanding, and that we really need to understand the large picture here so that we can make decisions together as a community. Enough from me. Thank you.
Councillor Isaacson, did you have your hand up? I know, and then Councillor Elliott.
I'm just listening a bit more. Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Your Worship. So two things. I would be in support of addressing this motion, and in support of the motion because I do think we need to communicate first before making final decisions such as this. I know in past years we didn't necessarily estimate the dividends prior to them being announced, and those have always been after we've done our budget, and we've amended our budget to include the dividends and how we distribute them after the fact. I do understand that we're under an awful lot of pressure to save funds for our rec center, which is aging and reaching end of life, and looking down the road, there's an expensive prospect of trying to fix it, upgrade it, replace it, or replace pieces of it, and we're not well suited to do that. I do have absolute faith that bringing this forward in a conversation with the community forest, that we can work together to come up with what is best for our community. So I prefer to do it as stated in the motion. I'm also aware that this motion is in contradiction of an existing motion. So I'm wondering, and maybe the corporate officer can help me, if tabling it to see if we can at first have reconsideration of the previous motion would be in order.
Your worship, which motion's being referenced as the previous one? I would just see this one superseding a previous one. I think that was council's intention.
Councillor Elliott, do you want
Okay.
to clarify?
So we had a motion, I believe, that indicated that council approved 10% of a 3-year rolling average to be placed into the budget for nonprofits from the community forest dividend. And this motion is completely different. So procedurally wise, I wondered if reconsideration or withdrawing the previous motion was necessary prior to considering this motion, or if we approve this motion, it would just nullify the previous motion. So I'm wondering what procedure we need to follow.
Your worship, I've sort of my advice to council from earlier and for this meeting would be to not that this would sort of supersede your previous one, and that would be understood.
Okay.
Rather than get into too much procedural dealings today, and my earlier comment about focusing on making whatever amendments you need to make to the financial plan to make sure it gets 3 readings today.
Okay.
Thank you. I was so happy to hear the answer. Thank you so much.
Councillor Almeida.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make sure I fully understand the intent of the motion. And so I guess I'll direct it towards Councillor Doudt. When you reference the same process as 22 and 23, well, I guess I'll back up a bit. We just heard a detailed presentation from the CFO, and we didn't get a chance to digest and dig into that a little bit more, and then we jumped into this motion. And so the CFO's report talked about 3-year averages and 10% and 70. So there's a lot of numbers that were discussed, and then we jumped into this motion. And so the confusion could be felt by some. So my question, I guess, is when referring to the 22 and 23 process, are you referring to the roughly 60-40 split that has been done over the past 6 years, or give or take? Is that the process you're referring to?
Is that all your questions?
I believe so.
So what I intended to do was to solidify the process that was indeed used in 22 and 23 and other years going back quite a ways, to which is my understanding is that the community forest, in conjunction with the city staff, would come up with a number of what the community forest dividend was available for distribution in the city and the nonprofits. And then the community forest would approve grants that, according to applications that they got from the city and from the nonprofits, they would bring those with recommendations to City Council, who would have the final approval for the grants, both to the city and to the nonprofits. That was how it worked. Okay, and I've been through all of the numbers, and I've had some time, I think, to digest them. And the percentages vary in years to years because of the amount of the dividend and the amount of requests from the different nonprofits. The percentage that would be in the budget this year, as the CFO said, was 71%. The reason that seems to be a higher number is the dividend is much lower. The average dividend has been more like 3 million a year rather than 600,000. So while the community forest grants to nonprofits are budgeted to be a much smaller amount this year. Seems like a higher percentage because the amount of the dividend is smaller. That's pretty straightforward. And what my suggestion in the motion here is that in conjunction with the community forest, in collaboration and working with them, and with the working group that we've set up to deal with the community forest on behalf of the city, to get some changes to the bylaws of the community forest, that group all work together, determine the appropriate dividend for 2025, determine the grant recommendations for the city and for the regional and for the nonprofits to come out of that dividend, and do that in consultation and collaboration. I think that's a good way to do it, and I hope that clarifies what the intent of the motion is.
I have a question for our Chief Financial Officer, just to bring clarity. When did Community Forest advise you that the dividend for 2025 would be 600,000?
Through the chair, I recall it was about a month ago and reaffirmed a couple weeks ago. The process is to set aside each budget year what would go to nonprofits and what would go to city funds. And that process hasn't changed. When it comes to spring grants, we do a budget amendment so we can capture who's getting what money so that it's on record who we have contracts with, and so we can track those amounts. But it does go against the provision that was set aside. So whatever council sets aside is what would be available for the spring, and that's determined right now. In the past, I believe council may have dipped into surplus when there wasn't enough set aside in that budget year. But given the asset retirement obligation transition last year, it wiped out our surplus. So that wouldn't be an option. So it would be what would be designated in this budget would then determine what council would like to spend in the spring and fall when those applications came forward.
And am I correct? That's 424,000?
Through the chair, it's 425,000.
Councillor Palm.
Yes, Your Worship, I'm not going to belabor numbers that are presented here tonight, because if this motion passes,
Microphone,
it's a
Councillor
moot
Palm.
point. So what I like to reference, Your Worship, is
Councillor Palm, when you're that far away from the microphone, people can't hear online.
Sorry. Let's get closer to the mic. So what I would like to say to everybody in the gallery and here tonight is this represents all the emails that have floated in to our machines here as councillors in reference to where we are here tonight and how did we get here. There are so many factors involved in the decisions that are made. It's unfortunate that we're here. And as Councillor Southcott has said, if there was greater communication with our Community Forest Board, we may not be at this point right now. So this motion takes care of the communication because there will be meetings with our Community Forest Board to go forward. And we can arrive at a situation where it will be a win-win for our city. It'll be a win-win for nonprofits. And we can make that happen. And the other thing I want to say in connection to that is we're not finished with cost savings. We're not there yet. So don't let the taxation numbers scare you into another realm at this point in time, because we're not finished dealing with that. So let's be perfectly clear on where we are in the process. But I just want to thank everyone that took the time to write excellent reference letters for this and to support our community forest, because as long as I've been in this seat and the checks keep flowing in to help nonprofits, where that money is put to work with on a large percentage with matching grants, matching funds, doubles the proceeds. And it also does not take into consideration the thousands, if not millions of dollars of volunteer time and hours that have put in to rebuild our city. That's what's happened here over the last 16 years since the money started to flow. Let's not lose sight of the golden goose that's provided for the city to do so much good work for everyone in our community. And that's the entire region, not just the city. Never lose sight of that. I beg you, do not ever lose sight of that. That's what's important, and that's why we're here. And I want to compliment Councillor Daup for bringing his motion forward tonight, because it gives us time to sit down and have proper dialogue with our Community Forest Board, because I know in my heart where they are. I know they're willing to talk to us and come to that compromise where we can make it work for the city and everybody else. So, Your Worship, the motion's on the floor. I think I've said enough. Thank you.
Hey, Councillor Isaacson.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of councillors have referenced the amount of correspondence we got on this issue, and I've obviously done a lot of thinking about it and considering what people have shared and my understanding of the context. And I finally got through all of those emails today, and I believe I responded to every one of them. So if you didn't get a response from me and you're in the crowd, let me know. And I wrote like 4 pages of, giving a bigger picture context to this issue that I shared online, and many of you have read, and some people have responded to. And the refrain has been like, thanks for the more thanks for more context. It's there's a lot of gray here, and it doesn't mean that people want things to change still. It just means that, or they want things to change back. But people appreciate that in our role up here, our decisions are so multifaceted. It is not only about supporting the important work that nonprofits do to do work that wouldn't be done otherwise, that is led by volunteers and adds to the vitality of our community and employs local contractors and attracts other grant funding from other agencies. So all of that work is true. And also this connects back into asset management and the ways in which we're able to pay for projects at the city. And so when I hear that this bylaw talks about, projects that benefit the community, and the community organizations that do those projects are part, but also the city does projects that benefit our community. So the rec complex and all of the projects that go into improving it are benefits to the city. The trail network, like the Seawalk, or the forthcoming trail between Brooks and the complex, those are all community amenities and benefits to the community. And so, as I shared in my really long post, both are important and both are true. The question is what the balance is. And so I appreciated what Mr. Hempel, you said in your talk earlier, where we put the cart a bit before the horse, because we're not changing the policy that kind of outlines the criteria. There's other things that maybe we should look at before the amount. And I'm glad you raised those, because when I think about the things that I think the opportunities that exist with the Community Forest Fund is for change relates to some of those policies. I think there's opportunities to serve our community in even better ways. So I look forward to the work that the working group can achieve to explore ways to look at the way that we've done things, and given the current context that we're operating in, could we do better for the entire community? So I look forward to the work of that working group. So at this time, for this vote, it really comes down to, is there community support to pay? And it doesn't make sense because necessarily, but it's all connected to the big picture. Is the community willing to pay a little bit more in taxes to cover the projects that the city does that cannot be funded by the community forest if we don't distribute the grants differently? And it feels like there is that that willingness to do that. And I know that there's a strong desire to find cuts in other ways. And as Councillor Palm alluded to, cuts, I suspect more cuts will be proposed and other ways to save will be proposed, but it's all complicated. So I'm willing to support this motion. I do have one question for Councillor Dowd, though.
I'm just going to interrupt. I believe there is a 5-minute limit according to our procedures. And am I getting a note from our...
Through the chair, that wasn't why I was indicating I want to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, proceed.
Yeah, my question is for Councillor Dowd. You mentioned according to the same process as 23 and 2022, with participation of the Community Forest Working Group recently appointed by Council. And so to me, that is like a new part of the contribution decision-making process. And is that intended that you see the working group working with the community forest to select the recommendations that end up coming to Council?
I'm looking through my grammar and trying to test my grammar.
Okay.
But the important intention was that the dividend and the grants to nonprofits be set in the same way they were in 22 and 23, and that the discussion and going forward should include the working group, the city, and the Community Forest Board, because I think the more minds you have involved, the more likely you are to get the mix right and get the better support for it. So that would be the intention of the motion.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. We have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Your Worship.
Yes, Councillor Elliott. You have some new information?
Well, I contemplated some of the new information that came forward today from our CFO. And also I had heard from Mr. Hempel that it was too early to declare a dividend. And so I'm thinking the estimate there is also at risk of being incorrect. And the motion that Councillor Dowd has put on the floor is allows us more flexibility to come up with an ideal ratio than setting that at this point in time. The current situation would have, if the dividend is declared at 600,000, it's considerably lower than the previous 2 years and makes the rolling average a fairly high contribution. 71% was the estimate of the CFO. If we vote in favor of this motion where we decide together what we're going to do, that might actually help us at this time.
Through the chair, if I might ask for some clarification. We're a little puzzled because Council has always set the percentage in the budget. And if this motion goes through, it's going to create a bit of a wrinkle for staff because you will basically have funds that aren't allocated, and we can't do that in a budget. Ms. Denniston, I wonder if you can help Council understand that, because this motion could cause quite a challenge for us in the next week or so. Thank you.
Through the chair, for budgeting purposes, staff would simply need a number that Council would like to grant to external nonprofits funded by the Community Forest dividend, and that number would be incorporated in the budget. So a similar process to setting the grant and aid or grant in kind budgets. Staff are seeking a number to put in the budget, and that direction would be sufficient for staff to carry out the next steps.
Councillor Almeida.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. CFO, could you help us with some clarity then, since the motion here refers to 22 and 23, what were the number or percentage that was allocated in those years compared to the grant compared to the dividend from Community Forest?
Through the chair, 2023 was 30% and 2022 was 28%.
A follow-up, Mayor?
Please.
Okay, so there's been a lot of numbers today, and which I normally like, and even I'm a little confused. So I just want to make sure I understand this. So you just told us 28 and 30%. We'll use 30% for a nice round number. So if this motion passes and we go with the 30% number to add into the budget, and you've given numbers here that give us an estimate of a $600,000 dividend from the community forest for this year, Mr. Hempel says that number is not completely set in stone. We understand numbers might change, but they might not change. It's probably not going to double or triple. It's probably going to stay somewhere in that ballpark. So using the $600,000 number, if this motion passes, then the budget would be $180,000 for NPOs, whereas if this motion doesn't pass, it's at $425,000 for NPOs. Am I understanding that correctly? Because it feels like this motion is counterproductive, while it's the original motion that council passed has got the community a little here. But the 3-year rolling average we added at the last meeting ended up making the 10% in this case, because the dividend's a smaller dividend this year, an actual higher number. And based on the numbers you've shared, like, my feeling is council's goal, and this is my thought, and I haven't said much actually in weeks on this topic. Council has, in my opinion, has nothing bad to say about community forest and the efforts community forest has done. Council has nothing bad to say about NPOs and the service that NPOs have done. I sit on 3 NPO boards right now that are all gearing up, and there are plenty of projects that I can think of for the 3 groups that I'm involved with that I would love to do community forest for. But at the same time, we've lost a major revenue source. And the analogy I can think of is, if I lost my job, I'm not going to renovate my house. That's basically it. I don't think any of us are going to do that. We were just, and the community said, we need to find ways to cut taxes, lower taxes. And so staff presented a lot of options. Some options council went with, some options council didn't go with, and this was a motion that came up. So I don't mind, as Councillor Isaacson pointed to, I don't mind going back to the way it was. The original motion of what got us here today was a way to use some community forest funds to put towards still community projects like the complex and other certain buildings like that, not just general revenue. And funny enough, it seems like while council was trying to divert some funds more towards complex projects, we actually might have done the opposite, because we added the 3-year rolling average. And my feeling is, if we actually accept this, we're actually giving less to MPOs than what's currently in the plan. Am I correct on that?
Through the chair, if I'm correct in interpreting this to the process from the prior 2 years to be the percentage from the prior 2 years, then I would say that's correct, that it would be a lower amount to nonprofits. It'd be closer to 174,000 instead of 425,000. I don't know if I'm correct in interpreting the same process to mean the same percentage of dividend, which is just where clarity would be needed.
Councillor Dowd.
I have a question.
So I encourage everybody to read the motion that I put forward. Nowhere in the motion does it say a percentage. Doesn't say 60 or 40 or 90 or 10 or 28 or 71. It says to use the same process as was previously used. You know, to clarify it, I'll clarify it right now. There is no intention to set a certain percentage of anything for anything in this motion. It's to use a process that involves the community forest, the city, and the city's working group to come up with a process to determine, to follow the same process as was followed in 2022 and 2023, to come up with the dividend amount and the nonprofit contribution amounts for the community forest funds. I think that's pretty clear. One of the reasons that I wanted to talk about this earlier in the process, before Tuesday and before today, was to give staff a longer time to react to what council wants to do. And here we are because of the schedule that we've been following with a lot of tight timelines. But I'm kind of confident, actually, that the working group in the city and the community forest, if we come together in a collaborative way, can come together and do it pretty quickly.
Councillor Elliott.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. So some of the confusion for me and perhaps others is that we've never ever in the past budget exercises ever made a motion of council to determine those percentages that go into the draft budgets. And while they might have been in there, since the dividends weren't declared and we never quite knew what those dividends would be until quite a ways after the budget was approved. My question may be to the CFO, because she may or may not know, without a motion of council to determine those percentages in the past, were they estimated by staff and put into the draft budgets and without being addressed by conversations such as we're doing this year? Because this is the first time we've had to have direction from council to set that amount in our draft budget prior to the dividend being announced.
Through the chair, in the past, the process would be that the dividend would be noted in the budget and the projects in the capital plan that would be funded by the community forest would be noted in the notes column, and that the difference would be dedicated to nonprofits. So it's the same process. This year, going into it, we've seen such fluctuations in the dividends over the years and fluctuations on the percent we do. And it was such a high property tax increase with direction from council to lower it that staff took a more explicit approach to say, council, let us know what to include. In the past, we've been able to look at our projects, see the dividend estimate, which we have the dividend estimate by this time of year because it's year end and it needs to be finalized for the financial statement. So we do know it going into the budget finalization process. So the distinction here is just simply that this was a tighter year. Council was looking for cuts and this came up as a potential option. And so it's become discussed, but it's always been part of the financial plans. It just hasn't, I think, been such a tight year since with the mill closure as well recently, I think, and the aging infrastructure and the lack of savings and the hyperinflation, a lot of things coming to a head for the municipality. So I think that's why it's become a topic of conversation. So there has been no change in the process. We do need to know the amount for the budget because just like with all of our other discretionary spending and grants to nonprofits, we do need that set in the budget, and that process hasn't changed.
So this follow-up question, if you would. So this motion would then put you in the position as staff to decide what that percentage is based on the history of 2022 and 2023 as read by this motion.
Through the chair, because there has been no change in the process, staff would struggle to interpret this and would likely default to just what's already in the bylaw at the 71%. Unless otherwise directed.
Okay. We have,
thank you.
Just going to remind council that if somebody has already made the point that you're going to make, it's courteous to everybody if it not be repeated. Councillor Palm.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. As Councillor Dowd has said, the motion on the floor is very clear to me. What we're asking in the motion is to continue with the same process that Community Forest and Council has used for any number of years, probably 14, to get here tonight. There was never any specific percentage. 60-40 is just an historical representation of how the breakdown is rolled out. And I think everybody needs to realize that. It's not written in stone. And those adjustments were made afterwards when those numbers came forward in our financial plan. So all we're doing is asking for the same process, have communication with the Community Forest Board, and everybody can come to an understanding they can live with. Thank you, Your Worship.
Just a question of clarification. When, no, it's not, you have to sit down. Okay. Clarification with regard to the presentation of a budget requirements of the community charter. When would you need to have the issue of meetings and the recommendation from these meetings to you so that you can fulfill your obligations as the CFO?
Through the chair, we would need direction tonight for the budget. So if it's to be amended, we would need that tonight and have the 3 readings of the budget. So that would need to happen tonight. And again, this is all just to set the property tax levy, because once that's set, that's the amount the city will get. And so if more discretionary spending is required, then the property tax levy would need to go up. We only have one shot to levy that amount. And once it's set, that's what we're going to be working with.
Okay. Councillor Isaacson.
Thank you, Chair. So in my understanding, there's a will on some members of council that this motion will be sufficient, but we're hearing from staff for them to be able to prepare the 5-year financial plan bylaw. It is not. If the will is to spend money differently, it sounds like because they have followed the same process in terms of follow the same process, except for we have given them some different direction to work with. And so I don't think passing this motion would, in hearing more explicitly from our CFO Denniston, it's not achieving what we intend to achieve and doesn't meet the needs of our legislative timeline and responsibility to adopt the financial plan bylaw. And so what I'm hearing is that the process to determine the split can't really happen as it has in 2023 and 2022, because that process has already happened. We're now at a point where there needs to be clarity. And so while I understand with the community forest, they have flexibility to review grants and that, we are in a time right now with the existing city, with the budget as it is, the asset requirements, and our legislative obligations to submit a budget, we can't be flexible. We need an amount. And so the current bylaw has been drafted based on that 71% amount. And if we want to leave it at, even though it's a 10-year average, we could insert that amount into this motion to provide clarity for the staff so that we indicate that the intention is to go back to the existing or the previous ways of working into the future as the motion refers to, but that there's clarity on the specific amount. Even though it was calculated on a 3-year 10% rolling average, we could just pluck that number out and insert it in here so that the amount that's in the budget is reflected accurately based on this conversation. So I am, concerned about passing this as is.
Councillor Doudt.
We're talking about a lot of interesting things here, but at the end of the day, it's up to council to decide what the 5-year financial plan is going to be and what the budget is going to be. And hopefully council will be able to make decisions on what that is. And I support this motion. I think there's ways to get through it by consultation. I have more ideas on the budget than just this one. I have ideas on how to save taxation.
Is this relevant to the motion that we have on the
I
floor?
think it's as relevant to some of the other discussion we've had, Mr. Mayor. I support it. I think we should get on with it, or we should, I'll just say, I think we should get on with it. I support the motion. I'd like others too, and we'll see how it goes.
Councillor Southcott.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a question for the CFO, which I'm hoping will clarify the questions that are going on in our mind right now. I did a little calculation of the difference in dollars between the 71% and say the 30% from last year. It comes to approximately 250,000, which is a little less than 1% of tax. If my calculations were correct, I could live with that difference. And I'm asking this question basically understanding what you said the last time you spoke to us, that if, as in Councillor Dout's motion, a number is not attached to this motion, that staff would make the assumption that is included in what you presented and included in this document here. I could live with that 1%, and I just want to confirm that my calculations are correct.
Through the chair, those calculations are correct.
So just to summarize, I'd be comfortable with the 71%, even though it seems like a lot, because the difference is really, it's 1% of tax that we would pay difference to keep that. And I absolutely support communication and the promise that this resolution or this motion promises us for the future. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, we have a motion which is on the screen in front of us. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Elliott, I didn't see what your hand was doing. Are you for or against?
I was for.
All right, the motion passes. Thank you. I'm now going to call a 5-minute recess.
Never done that. 100 was the fastest I've ever.
we get back to the council meeting. Thank you.
Everybody left.
Okay. I'm going to start with a motion. And that is that funding for Zungabus, including operations and vehicle leases, in the amount of $373,250 be removed from the 2025 year financial plan effective July 2025, and that council directs staff to reallocate eligible projects to be funded by the Climate Action Reserve in order to decrease property taxes. There's a seconder. I will.
Seconder, Your Worship.
Thank you. I think that this item has been on the agenda, and I think people have indicated that there's been considerable input from the public, and certainly all the input I've seen have said that they would like it removed from our budget. So that is my rationale. Councillor Pond.
As well, Your Worship, and my thoughts are similar to yours, but I just want to make the point that in terms of the Zungabus, when we reached out to the public for input, Zungabus was the #1 item that they wanted to address to reduced taxation and costs. So I just want to point that out to everybody. It was overwhelming that the Zungabus was only serving some portion of our community, and it needed to be put on hold until BC Transit could weigh in and come forward in 2027, I believe. Thank you.
Councillor Southcott.
Thank you, Your Worship. I find myself needing to speak for the other sector of the community that uses and supports the Zungabus, and I've had plenty of correspondence and conversations from that sector. I'll just list them. Elderly women, a couple of them, who either don't have cars anymore or can't drive but still live in their homes and want to continue living in their homes. Young people who aren't making enough money to afford a car but continue to work and use the Zungabus to get to work, also to get their kids around. This includes younger mothers, disabled people who still walk but don't drive, people who can't ride bicycles. Also, I have to mention that transit is widely recognized as contributing to where we must head, because private cars eventually are not going to be as commonly used as they are now. There are trends across the Western world in this direction. Transit is increasing, not decreasing. Also, my memory serves me correctly, and the last visit from Rob Ringma, who is the regional representative for BC Transit, pretty much promised us that that BC Hydro or BC Transit would be including that not this year but next year. It's been proven effective, on-demand transit in various small communities the size of ours, and that was one of the reasons why we went into this project to start with, which was mostly funded until last year by grant money. Also, I'd just like to mention that we were going to expand one of the regular routes on our regular transit routes, but BC Transit, last year we had approximately $1,000 budgeted for that. We did not spend that money, and that because BC Transit couldn't provide us with the buses that would have been needed to do that, or wasn't able to provide us with what we would have spent that money on. So the one way of looking at it is that that money was freed up to provide for other transit otherwise, which in this case, in my mind, covers a good part of what the Zunga Bus budget was. So I must represent these people with whom I've had contact, and I'm afraid I cannot support this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Doudt.
Yeah, and I just want to talk about the whole Zunga Bus idea, right? And I was here when we began the trial of the Zunga Bus, the pilot project for 6 months. That turned out to be a year because it took 6 months to get started. And it was a certain amount of money, and it was going to be supported by BC Transit, which contributed some money immediately. The following year, BC Transit didn't provide support, but the BC government decided to step in at the request of the former mayor to keep that pilot going for yet another year. One of the reasons I was hesitant to support the Zunga Bus is that it had very limited area coverage. So where I live in Wildwood, and for most of Townsite, coverage doesn't exist. We're providing service to one area of the city and not others. There are people in Townsite and there are people in Wildwood who have to go to work. I would have liked to be able to use the Zunga Bus to come to a council meeting and to go home, but can't do it. And the way the bus system works right now and the route, so I just can't get on a bus at a reasonable amount of time. It'd take me over an hour to leave my home and get to the council chambers, and then I don't know if I could even get back at the end of the night if the meeting ended after 9:30. But the coverage was one issue. The fact that BC Transit doesn't provide any funding, it provides absolutely no funding for the Zunga Bus. Right now, we're covering that 100%. All the other transit approvals in the city and the regional district are shared, with BC Transit paying a portion of it. I remember Mr. Ringma's presentations to council saying that they're currently in a trial program in Kelowna, which won out over Powell River as the trial place to do on-demand transit. It's going to be through 2025, getting a report back in 2026, and perhaps providing some service supported by BC Transit in 2027. And I just can't agree with continuing to pay for a limited area service totally out of taxpayers' funds. Yes, it is grant money, but it's either grant money or tax money. That's the way it works in the real world. I can't justify doing that with all the other things that are going on.
Dean, somebody have their hand up?
Cindy.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I think the pilot project does need an end. It isn't true that BC Transit decided that we weren't appropriate for on-demand transit. They've added extra communities. There's only 4 throughout the province, and we're on that list, that short list. We're a priority over we're the very next community that they want to address that with. And that is part and parcel from the results they're seeing from the pilot information coming from our community. The Zunga service area may not be the entire city, but it does serve the entire city, because people who do not have cars, that do not live in the service area and do come into the heart of our community and need to make more than one stop, because our transit system has such long waits between buses, it's possible for people to come into town on a regular bus, do all of their business in town, medical appointments, shopping, whatever it is they need to do, using the Zunga bus, and then get back on a bus to go back to where their home is, provided they do it within the working time frame. So it isn't intended to cover all areas, and none of the on-demand systems do, not even the one that's in Kelowna. What they do is they provide additional or complementary service to the existing transit service, and that's what BC Transit will try to plan as well. And the current Zunga bus is well utilized with very high ridership. The people who depend on it are, in large part, folks with not enough cars to service their families, youth who may not even have driver's licenses, and for the folks at the PI school, which is our alternative or school that services children that can't be at the regular Brooks school for whatever reason. A lot of those have disabilities of a variety. They all use, or quite a few of them depend on the Zunga bus to get to and from their PI activities. I can't support this motion, but I would support a motion that brought an end to our pilot at the end of 2025. And that is because people depend on it. And I think that ending the pilot at that time lends us well to transitioning to the BC Transit process. And it gives us excellent data for them to try and start the on-demand process through BC Transit. The climate action reserves are intended to implement projects that help us innovate for our future. Powell River City is never going to be served by traditional transit well enough. On-demand is the wave of the future for decreasing the size of the bus, decreasing the amounts of arms of when the bus is riding empty, and focusing the service on what is needed at that particular time in a city where we don't have enough people to fill up regular buses. We can't get the frequency we need to make it a proper commuter service. We can't get large buses or even regular buses to work for us in an effective, cost-effective way. And I think this is our future. I think we've made our point. I think BC Transit will pick up where they've promised to do so. And I think the end of 2025 is an excellent time to bring our pilot to a close. Thank you.
Councillor Isaacson, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, thank you. Most of the points that I wanted to share have already been said, so I'll just say new ones. There's reference to on-demand transit in Kelowna in a specific area of the community. And what we heard from BC Transit is the power of on-demand that they are seeing is placing it in a discrete, smaller area of a community, reducing bus service in that area and deploying those buses in an underused area to serve the areas that need it more. So an example in this town that was brought up in conversation was, Route 3 is not highly used in between school start and school end. That would be an ideal place to deploy that bus to provide higher frequency of services to other areas of town and using on-demand to fill in those pockets. And so I don't think on-demand is off the table for our community. It might actually be able to increase the frequency and increase the possibility of more people to exist and thrive in this community and not have to rely on a vehicle. We also, at a previous council meeting, asked, I think Councillor Almeida had asked for updated ridership information. And granted, this year has just started, but the ridership at the beginning of this year is almost double the average of last year on a month-to-month basis. And so this is a increasingly well-used service as more people see the value in it. I appreciate Councillor Elliott, you mentioning the possibility of an end of a pilot. And so in that sense, I agree with some of the concerns that Councillor Doubt may have had at the beginning. Like, when is a pilot no longer a pilot? The fact that it comes up it's an easy target for cuts every year. I like the idea of having a clear exit so that BC Transit, when they come back with the results of the research that they've done in their community and the blend of transit that they recommend for the future, it can be decided at that point what the transit mix in our community looks like. And so, yeah, I'm open to that a separate motion like that.
Great, we have a motion on the floor. See no further hands up. I'm going to call the motion. All in favor? Opposed?
Nay.
The motion is defeated. We'll now go to any other motions relative to the 20, yes, Councillor Palm.
Yes, Your Worship. Staff a clarifying question.
I can't hear you, Councillor Palm.
Sorry, I'm going to ask staff a clarifying question. All of these cost savings can be, do they have to be brought forward tonight, or they can be brought forward next week, correct?
Through the chair, the cost savings need to be brought forward today because changes can be done along with first, second, and third reading. But after that point, they can't be made because we'll be at the point of adoption.
Now that you've clarified that, bear with me because I've got a few. First of all, I want to address the second most concern in our budget process from the public, and that is how much money we're spending on new vehicles. On this document for 225, I can go down the list, and tandem dump truck, 435 this year. Sierra 3/4 ton pickup, 162. PMC 3/4 ton pickup, 88. Two garbage trucks at $585,000 each. Replacement of another Ford F-350 at $140,000. I could just keep going down the list. I'm not going to belabor the point here. But the point I'm trying to make is I drive a 2003 Chevy Silverado. I get my work done, I pull my boat, and it gets me from A to B. In these times that we are in right now, we should be looking to cut cost. And for the next 2 years, which is the period of time that we're worried about, we shouldn't purchase any new vehicles unless it's a safety concern or absolutely needed. If there's 4 or 5 vehicles that are required, based on that, to the safety of staff or it doesn't start, we should be looking at that and saying, no, we're not purchasing, and saving a whole deal of money in the process. So I'm going to put a motion on the floor that we get a report from staff on vehicle purchase and how we can reduce costs for 225 and 226. If somebody will support it, I think I've already spoken to it. We can put it on the floor. Okay, seconded by the mayor. So I'm not going to belabor what I've already said, but this is an area the public is concerned about. It's up to council to make a decision, and we need to cut some costs.
Okay, Councillor Almeida and then Councillor Isaacson. And just before, does our CAO have a comment or CFO to respond to the necessity for these purchases?
Okay, through the chair, I will point out that some of the significant purchases are very vital to operations. So 3 specific examples are the dump truck and 2 garbage trucks. The 2 garbage trucks are over 20 years old, get a lot of heavy use, and are getting to the point where they're spending a lot of time in mechanics shops. The cost of renting a suitable alternative for that is $10,000 a month. So that's one where it has a direct operational impact. Mr. Fraser, through the chair, might I call upon Mr. Fraser, who manages our fleet, to perhaps give some other thoughts around this? This is again about service levels. These vehicles are, this isn't about replacing fairly new vehicles with fairly new vehicles. This is about replacing significantly aged vehicles that could disrupt our service. So, Mr. Fraser, if you might take a minute to confirm what I've just stated and see if there's any other ideas or options you might have. Thank you.
Yes, thank you through the chair. Just a couple thoughts. Just calculating the average age of our vehicles that we're replacing, just the pickup trucks. We've got from 1997 to 2006. So the average age is around 21 years old that we're replacing. So these vehicles aren't new by any means. I will say the 3 bigger purchases, Unit 312, the dump truck for over $400,000. That one is having some trouble with its frame. So there's some significant costs that need to be addressed with that vehicle. And those 2 garbage trucks, I think CAO Lisa is correct in they are in the shop quite often. And the last time that one went down and we couldn't get a replacement part for a number of months, it was $10,000 a month, I think, to have a replacement truck in for that truck. So just some background info for you.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Fraser. Having seen what's on the screen and having observed from our corporate officer, what our councillor through the chair is asking for is a report from staff. What I would advise is we can certainly do that. Our challenge is that tonight we would, if the intent is to make cuts tonight related to that, that would be a bit of a challenge. However, staff can certainly come back and look at that for future. Thank you.
So, Ramita.
Thank you, Mayor. I can totally understand where Councillor Palm is coming from. I feel like in previous budget conversations, I may have made a similar comment or two trying to save some costs and not fully understanding. I still probably don't fully understand the complexities with the vehicle purchases. But the CFO can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe a lot of our capital purchases like vehicles, we are allocating some budget for on a yearly basis into a vehicle reserve of some kind. So when we need to spend whatever the $500,000 it is on a dump truck, we're not doing that in that one-time year, but we have put aside for 20 years or whatever for that vehicle cost. So even if we decided to not fund that reserve this year, it would probably make very little impact on our taxes. And it'll also increase the taxes the following year to catch up on that as well. With our current tariff situation going on, one of our constituents had talked about not buying from the States in this current time, and I think many of us might be completely fine with that. We might be able to get another 6 months or a year out of our current fleet without having to invest, but I don't think we're going to come better off by not putting that money aside. And as the CFO said, we got to make the cuts right now. Not the report we can always have later, but I don't think today is the day for deciding on a report. So I wouldn't be in favor of this right now.
Just a question for our corporate officer. If a motion is tied, or does the motion pass?
A tie vote is a defeat, Your Worship.
Any further discussions? Councillor Southcott.
Thank you, Your Worship. I also totally understand and sympathize with Councillor Palm's motion. And I think that we're out of time, and what Mr. Fraser presented reminds me of discussion we had about 2 months ago when we spent, I think, 13 hours going through all these lists, if my memory serves me correctly. But what I would support is starting much earlier in this next fiscal year and doing the work that we want to do in looking more carefully at all of these, the capital and special projects. I really don't know where we're going to find more money, but we need to be thinking about this.
Councillor Isaacson and Councillor Doubt.
Thank you. Yeah, agree with the sentiment that we can get a report back for 2026, and I'm interested in a bigger picture conversation about diving into some of the big things that seem to rush when it comes to the financial planning process, especially when we need to, there's so much uncertainty with mill site taxes and we wait to the new year to really dive in. And this would be one of the ones that I definitely am willing to dive into, but it doesn't help us tonight. I think one of the things that looks difficult, it looks overwhelming when it comes to the list of vehicles on there. There are some of them that were in the budget last year but didn't get purchased. And so that's true for a lot of our capital projects. The capital spending budget this year seems a lot higher than the next 5 years because there's been a bit of a buildup and a backlog. And so some of those things, many of those things were budgeted last year and either were taxed for, the plans for transfers from reserves to cover those costs were planned for, and that money still is there. And so so I was looking through the budget for new vehicles that were not already in our financial plan, and I didn't see any, but I was doing that quite quickly, so I may have missed some. So I appreciate the interest, but I don't think it actually solves will result in the cuts that we're looking for. But I do agree that of having a bigger conversation about this and some other big moves we need to consider more deeply before we go into tax time or budgeting next year.
I just want to get clarification, because when I read this motion, it's unclear to me as to what we're asking staff to do. Is it simply to bring back a report on whether or not vehicle purchases are required in order to mitigate potential insurance losses, lack of service, etc.? So maybe Councillor Palm is
Your Worship,
looking for a report?
My intent is to try to save some money over the next 2 years so that we can get through our rough time. That's the intent of this. I don't mind amending to just say 26 so we can get that report for 26 on a go-forward basis, because I understand 225 is too late. And the one question I have of Mr. Fraser is, how much is going into the vehicle reserve this year on an annual basis? Do you have that figure at hand? Mr. Fraser, are you there?
Through the
Thanks,
chair.
Your Worship, through the chair. I was hoping to lead on Miss Denniston for that answer. Not sure if she would have that. I don't have that number handy. Thank you.
Okay.
So
It must be quite sizable.
I'd like to move an amendment to the motion that it read, staff be directed to report back to vehicle purchases to save expenses for the 2026 tax year.
Second.
Right. Any discussion on the amendment? All in favor? Passed unanimously. We'll now go back to the main, Councillor Elliott we'll go back to the
Thank
main.
you. Yeah, you can go back to the main motion. I was wanting to talk to that. I've had my hand up for a little while.
Okay, we're back at the, now the amended motion. Councillor Elliott.
So I'm okay with this motion the way it is now, and I think it will help us in our budget deliberations for the next year. I also wanted to make the point that it might be more effective today for affecting this year if we had specific things that we wanted cut from the budget and identify those vehicle purchases in a motion rather than asking staff to come back with a report, because today's the day we put forward those. So I could support, say, we're not, cutting the new F-50 or delaying it 2 years or whatever it is that might help us. And I could support a motion like that if that was put forward, provided the rationale from staff did not sway me differently. So I just wanted to make that point to Councillor Palm that today's the day we bring forward which items we want cut from the budget. Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor. All in favor? Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you.
So, Your Worship, as I said, I've got a.
Excuse me, Your Worship. It's 9 o'clock, so you need to pass a motion to continue the meeting past 9 o'clock, and it needs to be unanimous.
Thank you.
Your Worship?
Yes.
I can't stay later than 9 o'clock tonight, but I'm not against the rest of you staying without me. I had hoped to make the next motion to have the Zunga bus pilot end on the end of 2025, but haven't been recognized. So I'm not going to be here past 9 o'clock.
I'm asking our corporate officer, does that mean we need all of council and the mayor present?
Yeah, it's unanimous of those present.
Okay, well, I will bow out and you can vote without me then.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have a motion to make. I'd like to move that we extend the time of this meeting to get the work done on the budget.
Seconded. Any further discussion? Yes, Councillor.
Just going to say, I might stand up for parts of the meeting because my back is aching, just so you know why that is.
We have a motion. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, we will continue the meeting.
And Your Worship, I'm sorry, I'm going to excuse myself at this time just because I have a commitment that I need to get to now.
Yep, understood.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Your Worship, I wasn't finished, but I would, Councillor Elliott was going to make a motion on the Zunga bus to end that service at the end of 2/25. I'd like to put that motion on the floor for her and take a vote.
Okay. Second that motion. Open it for discussion. Any discussion? Seeing none? All in favor of the motion? Motion passes unanimously.
Now, going down my list, the next item I want to address is the complex trail. Now, when we first started talking about the complex trail and we got 700 and some odd thousand, I believe, to put that in place in a form of a grant, or 450, and then we were going to rely on community forest for further donation. That went from 750 and it is now pegged at 1.5 million because there was an addition that I was not aware of until I saw the budget that is on paper here to provide lighting to that trail in the form of conduit, copper, and the bases for future lighting. And that cost on the sheet for this year of 225 is $650,000. At this point, where we are with our budget, I don't believe it's necessary for one or a couple of reasons. One,
I'm just going to interrupt. Are you putting a motion on the floor?
Yes, I'm going to call for the removal of the lighting on the complex trail in the terms of what's pegged for $650,000.
Seconded for discussion purposes.
And the reason I ask for that is seeing what's gone on in other places where lighting's been provided on small trails. It's all vandalized and it's no longer in place. And not too many people are going to be riding their bike through that trail at night. I can guarantee you, they'll take the road where it's safe and there's lighting. That's already exists. We have a bike path right through to the end of town. It's well lit. So this is throwing money away because in the future, when we put that lighting in place, it will be vandalized. And we will have to, once that trail is in place, we have maintenance costs. So I would really like council to consider taking this off the budget on that tender that's already gone out and reduce the cost of that trail.
Councilor Armita.
Thank you, Mayor. Staff can maybe correct me if I'm wrong here. I just lost it. I am looking at a press release from February that the city put out regarding the project to a tune of 1.6 million, that all funding came from the Community Forest Clean BC Fund and the Government of Canada Active Transportation Fund. So lighting and the trail is completely completely grant funded and will not impact taxes and whatsoever?
Through the chair, so there's around 378,000 in grants towards that project that are external grants, and then there's the city's internal, which is around 252,000. But the other piece that council needs to be aware of is the project is underway, and so some of this work has been started, and so we would risk having to refund monies to grantors and incurring it ourselves. So at this stage, council had supported that previously. We would have to really evaluate at what point we are in the status of the project. Through the chair, might I ask if anybody on the team might be able to, maybe Director Fraser or Director Gao might be able to confirm what percentage of the project might be at. It's a big risk given that we've already tendered and ordered parts and so forth. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I can attempt to provide an answer. So the work is well underway. The contract is intended to end at the end of May. My understanding is they're well ahead of schedule. So that is the work for the surface, the light standards, meaning the bases for the lights, and the conduit, meaning that lights haven't actually been ordered. Lights would be ordered in future if there was money still available from the grant funds. But at this point, it's the conduit and the light bases, as it would be counterproductive to dig that back up in a future time and have to insert conduit and light standards or light bases for the future lights.
Based on that information, Your Worship, I will withdraw the motion on that item. And I will go to my next item. And that is the horseshoe pit is scheduled to be removed from the complex, which served their community for many years. Cost would be $40,000. And I believe the complex is looking to put a storage shed in place for $175,000. That's a percentage in terms of taxation. If both of those items were put on hold, it would save 1% of tax. That's my request, so I'm putting the motion forward to remove those two items from the budget that can be done down the road when we're in better financial shape, not right now.
Seconded for discussion.
Through the chair, if I might ask Director Britzlap to provide some context on this. I recall there was a safety issue around the location of the horseshoe pit and the ammonia plant. And just want to, if you could, Director Britzlap, give us some more details. Thank you.
Absolutely. Through the chair, the the moving of the horseshoe pit was indeed as a result of a safety issue that's been brought to our attention from our chief engineer and from our emergency services department, confirmed through Technical Safety BC that our ammonia effluent is too close to the horseshoe pit, which presents a safety danger, potential safety danger to the public and those using it. The shed is something that is not an urgent request.
Could I just get clarification, having played at those horseshoe pits, is it not, if it's safety concern for the people in the horseshoe pit, would it also be a safety concern for anybody going into the rec center because they're in very close proximity?
Your Worship, yes, there are safety concerns there, and much of our safety protocol includes a shelter in place with those doors always needing to remain closed during an emergency, and we are in a constant educational awareness situation to try to remind our public of that. So yes, anyone outside of that area, if there was an ammonia leak, would be at risk.
Councillor Isaacson.
So in hearing Mr. Bretzlav speak, it sounds like the complex utility storage shed, it is listed as a number 3 on the list, so that I would support that cut. I think my question through the chair to Mr. Bretzlav is, there is an on-standing issue with the horseshoe pit. Is there a different temporary solution to just make sure that people don't use it? Rather than moving it this year, is there an alternate option?
Through the chair, from a risk management perspective, we've identified generally that the likelihood of an event happening is reasonably low, but the result of an event happening would be reasonably severe.
Yeah.
We've been managing that risk for some time, trying to find the right time to move the pitch. It's not a cut and dry black and white situation, and it's something that we've been continuously reviewing. If it's something that we would want to put off longer, we could certainly explore that through our chief engineer, Technical Safety BC, and our emergency services to get further advice on that.
Thank you. I'd like to move an amendment then.
Just before you move your amendment, I'd just like to ask further clarification. Have you looked at an emergency warning system which could be installed so the moment there was any leak of ammonia, there would be a very loud noise which everybody would immediately evacuate?
Through the chair, we have not looked into that. My understanding of those leaks is, and those situations, it's as soon as that leak would happen, it is violently expelled through the stack. So it's a pretty immediate situation. But to answer your question directly, no, we have not looked into that specific solution.
My amendment, so we don't have the motion written up there. My understanding is it's to cut the storage shed. Is it to cut it or to defer the storage shed? Maybe, parliamentary order, just to see if we could get the motion on the
delay.
Okay. Okay, so my amendment would be to remove reference to the horseshoe patch relocation. So yeah, amendment would be to remove the words removal of horseshoe pit and.
You have a seconder for the...
Second, your worship.
Yeah, so my rationale is sounds like we've received very clear safety recommendations. Ammonia leaks, we hear stories of other communities where people have died through ammonia leaks. It's toxic and lethal. But the utility storage shed, I think that's a good find in the list, Councillor Palm, and so I would support the delay of that.
Doubt.
I'm just looking at the motion as it reads, and perhaps another word or two might be a good idea to explain exactly what utility storage shed is going to be delayed. Without anything more, if you haven't been at this meeting, you may think we're talking about a storage shed at Wellington Beach.
Through the chair, may I request permission to add some detail to some of my explanation?
Go ahead.
Yes, that's fine.
Through the chair, one solution that was discussed internally was that we could potentially move the horseshoe pitch for much cheaper across the parking lot at the other far side of the parking lot. It was deemed that it would not be necessarily the ideal long-term solution for that horseshoe pitch. It still has some exposure to the ammonia, but significantly less, even being only about 200 or 300 meters away. But the challenge there was that it would need to be a much cheaper fix. It would not get water to that area, therefore no grass in that area. It might not be as enjoyable to play, but we could certainly move the pitch for cheaper across the parking lot as an interim fix if council chose to do that.
Okay, I think we're looking for clarification, Councillor Doubt, on the storage shed. Are you satisfied if we say the complex utility storage shed? That's sufficient?
So that works for everybody. It's fine with me. I'm just thinking clarity is sometimes a good idea. Now it's got a project number, so that might help. But I don't have a book with a list of project numbers.
Ended motion.
The amendments on the floor.
Great. All in favor of, we have feedback.
Through the chair, would it be possible to clarify what year to defer the project to, please, and thank you?
I would add, we could delay and put in 2027.
Okay, here it comes. So the amendment was to remove the removal of the horseshoe pit. Any further discussion on the amendment to the main motion?
Through the chair, if I might provide information for council to consider, Director Bretzlaff has indicated that the option with removing the horseshoe pit as he described to an interim place would be under 10,000. So, because just a factor for you and as you consider this. Thank you.
Any further discussion? All in favor of the amendment? The amendment is passed. We'll go to the amended motion. Any further discussion? All in favor? It's unanimously.
My last one, Your Worship, and I'm sorry I'm taking so long here, but this is important in terms of our budgeting. And that is, I'm going to make reference to two items. We have spent a tremendous amount of money on bike lanes in our community. And I still see reference to cycle lane on Joyce Avenue for a tune of 1.5 million. And a Joyce Avenue cycle design for 85,000. That's a substantial amount of money. I'm not sure what year these are proposed, but I'm bringing them forward and asking staff when Are those funds needed?
Through the chair, just clarifying a few things here. So just for your information, this is partially grant funded externally at 51,000. And I was just confirming with the CFO that the remaining 34,000, where that was coming from. So if you could give us a minute, in your brochure, it is an Appendix C, item 113, for those of you who have your hard copies. That's where Councillor Palm's line item is from. Thank you.
And also 120.
Through the chair, Ms. Denniston has confirmed that this is coming from the Road Safety Reserve. Is that the correct term?
In the year?
Road improvements. Sorry, the Road Improvements Reserve, beg your pardon. And it is allocated currently in your budget for 2025.
2026.
Sorry, 2026, beg your pardon.
So just to clarify, if I've heard you correctly, both of those projects are deemed to be an expense for 225 Joyce Avenue and the cycling lane design of 485?
Through the chair, I was speaking to one item, which was the Joyce Avenue Active Transportation Cycling Design. And then the other one I would have to look up. Ms. Denniston's take.
I have it.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, it's line 120. He's talking about Joyce Avenue Active Transportation Cycling Construction. It's 1.5 million in 2027.
Okay, so that doesn't do us any good in the next 2 years.
Okay. Any further discussion? 2025 financial. Yes, Councillor Doubt.
Okay, so we'll try this on because it's a little different than what we've done so far. So I'm going to move that we rescind the motion made at our February meeting of the budget and rescind the motion that was moved and seconded in relation to the City of Powell River 25 to 2029 financial plan bylaw 2751, that 600,000 be transferred to the property tax stabilization reserve fund. And this noted a decision that was made on January 14th to I'll just read it, make sure that the committee recommends that staff include an option to increase the 2025 property tax levy by 600,000 to include a $600,000 transfer to the 2025 property tax stabilization reserve fund in relation to draft 2 of the City Powell River 2025 to 2029 financial plan by law budget deliberation. If there's a seconder, I'll talk about that.
Sorry, could we just get clarity as to what your motion is?
Motion is to rescind the decision made at our February budget meeting, February 27th, which was moved and seconded that in relation to the City of Powell River 2025 to 2029 financial plan bylaw 2751, 600,000 be transferred to the property tax stabilization reserve fund. That includes reference to the January motion to increase taxation by $600,000 to pay for that.
Any of the clarification?
If there's a seconder, I'd like to speak to it.
I need to clarify before we can.
Yes.
A question to the corporate officer here. I'm looking at the minutes that we actually just approved today for the meeting that Councillor Dunn is referring to, and the motion about the 600,000 in transfer to property tax was carried, and Councillor Doubt was one of the councillors opposed to the motion. And if I understand our procedure bylaw correctly, only those in favor of a motion can request a rescinding, or anybody can request?
procedure bylaw does say what you said in terms of who can move it. I think as we've been sort of what you've been operating under today, though, is, and I think what the intent is to remove 600,000 from the budget that you, and that's, I think, in the spirit of everything else you've been doing today, is, I'm not trying to paraphrase Councillor Dowd here, but to remove $600,000 from taxation that had been previously earmarked for the Property Tax Stabilization Reserve Fund.
Yeah, thank you.
So there's no rescinding. It's simply if Councillor Dowd wants to put forward a new motion. Do we have any seconder for Councillor Dowd's motion?
I will second.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I'll just say, what we've been looking for quite a while now is ways to reduce taxation. And if I recall my reports correctly, this is worth about 2.5% of a tax increase. The idea of this is to tax people this year 2.5% extra on their taxes, so that we can get $600,000 from the taxpayers and put it into a fund to give back to taxpayers next year to basically pay the cost of the city to smooth the increase in taxation over the years. Okay? So I would rather not increase taxes to smooth taxation. And if we need to reduce taxes in 2026 as well, we should look at that. Hopefully we'll start looking at it a lot earlier. And by that, I mean, we'll start looking a lot earlier at the details about what we might want to reduce in 2026. So we're not trying to do it all on the last day possible. But this is a 2.5% tax reduction that I'm proposing, and it doesn't lose anything this year. What happens is, like everything else we're talking about, delaying things and moving things down the road, the impact will be felt in 2026. But the truth is, when you start talking about taxation and reduction in services, the impact's going to be felt sometime, but this is a short-term solution to reduce taxes right now from, I think, what's 9.5% in the proposal we've seen today down to 7%.
As for clarification from our corporate officer as to the rationale that this was brought forward originally.
CFO?
Oh, yeah, sorry, our Chief Financial Officer. Thank you.
Through the chair, the 600,000 would put the taxpayers in a position next year should the mill property site be removed from major industry to have a smoother increase in their property taxes. So it is a risk mitigation sort of reserve. Should the amount not be saved, there would be less to apply next year should the city see a large decline in the revenue from major industry, which would shift the burden to the other taxpayers.
Councillor Isaacs.
Thank you. When we first received the presentation outlining, I remember the chart and looking to have a smoother line going up from year to year so that when people are planning their taxes, we are less likely to have big jumps. And so this is one of those items where I believe in that smoothest of transition to reduce shock to the system. It doesn't mean that every tax increase every year isn't a shock to the system, but because where we will land with the mill site tax revenue is so uncertain based on how that how some of that land is classified by BC Assessment. It's a risk mitigation strategy on behalf of people who pay property taxes. And so it smooths out that transition and allows that transition to be much more stable. So my preference is to not remove it, knowing that it supports that ease and transition in the future.
So Armida.
Thank you, Mayor. I remember us having a fairly extensive discussion a month ago when we talked about this, and the minutes even say we tried to do a $400,000 transfer, and that motion got defeated, and then the $600,000 motion was passed. So I'm not in favor of changing that right now. Our CFO has done a tremendous amount of work on all matters related to tax and trying to trying to predict what's going to happen in the mill is not an easy calculation. It's not a gamble I'm willing to take right now. And if it means that the drop isn't so bad next year, then we're ahead of the game. And I think I'd rather play it that way.
Okay, Councillor Palm.
Mr. Worship, I'm just going to state that I support Councillor Dout's motion. We're dealing with this current fiscal year, 2025. This would come into effect and help reduce double-digit taxation, which our citizens are facing. And this is the prudent thing to do at this point in time. We can always have future tax savings in 2026 and not have to hold the $600,000 in abeyance. So I will support the motion. Thank you.
Any further discussion before I call the vote? All in favor? Opposed? Motion is defeated. Councillor Southcott.
Thank you, Your Worship. I noticed the proponent for item 11.3 has been very patiently waiting for 2.5 hours now for us to get through this agenda. So I would respectfully like to suggest that we go to that agenda item and then carry on with our agenda to accommodate Mr. Barr.
Is there a consensus on this? I see a consensus. So we'll move to 11.2, which is the draft file.
3.
Okay,
First, draft bylaw.
okay, through the chair. Through the chair, if I could briefly introduce this. You have a report for decision. It is something that you're familiar with. The site at 3225 Caribou, which is in the vicinity of the Beach Gardens property, is coming forward to you for a second temporary use permit. You had issued one before in 2021. It lapsed for a number of reasons, and staff are recommending that council consider giving a second temporary use permit for this site, which is for a distillery, a craft distillery and accessory building. So that's the Coles notes. I can answer any questions if you wish. So thank you.
Thank you. I move that temporary use permit 012, TUP 012, to allow craft liquor distillery with accessory building use at 3225 Caribou Avenue, legally described as Lot 3, Block F, District Lot 1424, Plan VAP 12551, be issued subject to registration of a restricted covenant on title prohibiting ingress to and egress from Lot 3, in parentheses 3225 Caribou Avenue, to Caribou Avenue for the term of the permit. Number 2, registration of an access easement on the title of Lot C, 0 Thunder Bay Street, to secure ingress and egress from Lot 3, parentheses 3225 Caribou Avenue, through Lot C for the term of the permit, and that the fire chief and chief building inspector are satisfied with the proposed development, that the proposed development meets the BC Building Code and BC Fire Code.
Seconded by Councillor Almeida. Any further discussion? All in favor? Passed unanimously. Now return to see if there's any additional discussion items, motions on our 2025 five-year financial. Now move to the next item, which is the draft bylaw 2737.
If we're finished with the with motions related to the financial plan, the recommendation is that that the bylaw as amended be read a first, second, and third time.
Oh, thank you. Would you go ahead and?
So I move that the City of Pell River 2025 to 2029 financial plan bylaw number 2751 2025 be read a first, second, and third time.
Unanimously. Very much, Councillor Isaacson. We'll now move to what was 11.2 and is referred to as draft bylaw 2737, Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Fees and.
Okay, through the chair, I'll give a brief introduction and then Director Brett Staff is available for questions. So what you have before you is a report for decision recommending that you make an amendment to the Parks, Recreation, and Culture Fees and Charges bylaw that would give us a chance to extend the date of the bylaw, which currently expires in March 2025, and extending that so that staff have an opportunity to achieve the direction you gave us to increase fees by 10%. So it gives staff that time and it keeps us in line with our existing bylaw. Thank you.
I move that the City of Powell River Parks, Recreation, Culture Fees and Charges bylaw 2721, 2023, Amendment bylaw 2737, 2025 be given first, second, and third reading.
Second by Councillor Isaacson. Any further discussion? All in favor? Passed unanimously.
We've still got 11.1, Mayor.
Yes. That is dealing with the 2024 five-year financial plan.
I move that 2024 five-year financial plan bylaw 2742 2024 amendment bylaw 2753 2025 be adopted.
Cut.
Can I just clarify, because people might be like, what's this five-year financial plan? What are you doing? It's last year's financial plan. We made some amendments just to make sure that we incorporated grants that were received last year after the financial plan was approved, and projects that were deferred by council last year after the budget was approved. So it's just housekeeping.
Unanimously. Great. I think now that we are
11.5.
Proposed bylaw, code of conduct. Would like to, Councillor Almeida.
Move that City of Powell River Code of Conduct bylaw 2757, 2024 be adopted.
Councillor Southcott, all in favor? Unanimously.
Can I just note, Mayor, that this is the first achievement, I think, complete achievement of one of our strategic priorities.
Agenda. So, have public clarification. Members of the public may ask questions to clarify items discussed during the meeting for a maximum of 2 minutes.
Through the chair, might I ask that you could speak into the microphone a little closer? Thank you.
Certainly. Seeing none, do we have any questions? Mr. Galinsky.
Thank you, Your Worship, as usual, for the opportunity to pose questions. During the 2025 five-year financial plan deliberations, there was a motion with regard to the Zunga bus that had been mentioned by Councillor Elliott and I believe brought forward by Councillor Palm. And I believe that it was that the pilot was to end at the end of the year. Am I correct in that, Your Worship?
Through the chair, that's correct. That's the motion that passed. Thank you.
I thank the CAO. It's unclear to me whether that means the service is discontinued or whether the pilot is just no longer in existence.
Through the chair, it's one and the same. And I think the hope from council would be that we leverage support from BC Transit to continue it. But it would mean that council's funding for that would end the service at the end of 2025. I'm looking through to council to see if I'm correct. Thank you.
I thank the CAO for the response. That was my question.
Just going to interrupt for 1 second.
Yes.
Councillor Doubt wants to comment.
I think that council's intention was that the pilot, which is the Zunga bus project, end at the end of 2025. There wasn't anything I saw or heard in the motion that talked about any hope for anything other than that.
I thank you for that response. It was unclear to me. It said the pilot ended, but I was wondering if it would morph or transform into something or another else, and it's clear to me that it won't. So I thank everybody for their responses. Oh.
Yeah, thank you. We don't know what the results of the transit review will be, and so they will make recommendations to us based on that research, and it might include on demand meets the needs of our community and their interests, and so we don't know what that looks like yet, and so who knows what council will approve in the future and whether it will involve on demand. But in terms of the city funded pilot project, the motion that passed is to end that at the end of this year.
Thank you, Councillor Isaacson. Thank you, Your Worship.
Do we have anybody online? Online. Okay. So that brings us to
we're adjourned.
Adjournment. Oh, yes.
Yeah, Your Worship and Council, thank you for the opportunity to come before you with a question in regard to procurement of new vehicles, especially.
Just gonna, for the people online, if you could introduce yourself.
Oh, Roger Whitaker, citizen of Powell River.
Thank you.
And thank you. And I'm not 100% on the protocol of purchasing vehicles, and I apologize for that. But is there any part of the protocol that says we must buy new vehicles? Because there's auctions all over selling lots of used vehicles, Iron Planet, Ritchie Brothers, etc. But aside from that, this country is full of municipalities and federal and provincial governments that are constantly surplusing vehicles. You know, the G7 is going to happen here very soon, and there'll be some 150 Suburbans sitting in an auction lot. The RCMP vehicles were just put on the news recently as unsellable because of the event in Nova Scotia. And so a municipality could phone up and say, listen, we'll take 4 of those trucks that are built for and that aren't aged out yet or mild out or aren't just sending somebody else's problems to another place. So has there been any effort at all to do any shopping around in the basket that exists right in front of us?
Through the chair to through the mayor to Mr. Whitaker. Sorry, are you having trouble hearing me? Oh, my apologies. So this is a complicated one, and it's one where we have a very great team of mechanics who evaluate and understand life cycle of buildings, so of vehicles, and they do an excellent job of assessing when we need new versus how long we can extend. And there is things like warranties, things like knowledge of a vehicle that come. And so council has asked for some more information related to that, and perhaps that's an opportunity for our operations staff to explain more how we manage our assets. So the fact that we have some vehicles that are 20 years old and we've kept them going at heavy use is, I think, a sign that our team does a pretty stellar job in assessing whether we replace with new, whether we extend. And so, Mr. Fraser, I don't know if there's anything you might be able to add to what I've just shared. Thank you.
Thank you, through the chair. No, I think probably that report that council asked would be the most beneficial. We can take the time to explain, just how long we're keeping our vehicles and how they're even changed out. Some of them go from one place to another within the city, depending on use. So I think that report probably have a little bit more information for folks to bite into. Thank you.
Through the chair, I just want to acknowledge that the sound is quite hard for Mr. Whitaker, so maybe I could repeat this after the meeting without the microphones on. And through the chair, you'll also hear the recording later that will help. Thank you.
Did any of that answer include looking at alternative places to purchase used vehicles?
Councillor Dotes.
Well, I'm going to sort of ask the same question as Mr. Whitaker. I didn't hear an answer about whether there's anything to stop the city from purchasing used vehicles at auction.
Through the chair, there's nothing stopping the city from doing that, but there are some definite challenges with that. Mr. Fraser, might you like to speak to the challenges with purchasing, and when we have actually managed to do that, purchasing secondhand vehicles? Thank you.
Thanks, and through the chair, typically we purchase new. We do keep our vehicles for quite a long time. I mentioned earlier that we typically keep our pickup trucks over 20 years. The average, I think, is around 21 years that we keep our vehicles. So we do get all of the life out of them that we certainly can. And of course, we've got mechanics to maintain them. So that's the model that's been working very, very well for us. That lifespan, if you buy used, you can buy gently used, but they're still used. It just trims that lifespan back for us. So we've been very fortunate with the plan so far. And like I say, we are successful in squeezing 20 plus years out of almost all our vehicles. So thank you.
I didn't hear a lot of that, but no is the answer that I seem to be hearing.
Yes.
Yes.
The answer was no.
No used vehicles.
No purchase of used vehicles.
Okay. Too bad. Thank you.
Anybody online? See no one online and no one in our significantly large audience wishing to come forward. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
You don't need a motion. You can just adjourn. We're at the end of our business.
Oh, but I just thought it'd be nice to let everybody know they can leave. All right.